All right. All right. Let's get the announcement out. Stream looks healthy. Beautiful. How are people doing? How are you doing, YouTube? I see. You know what? Interesting note. YouTube's viewer count is more accurate than Twitch's viewer count. True fact. True fact. Twitch's viewer count is very much rough estimate. Very much. All right, let's get warmed up on a little HTMX native database, and then we'll get into the more interesting stuff. All right, that's not what we need. What we need. What do we need? There we go. All right, and we are going to not need that. We are going to the V1 retrospective. How are you doing? How are you doing, Cat Muffin? Oh, I need to get better. It's right over my keyboard, this is. So my left hand, when it goes down, if it goes straight to the keyboard, it hits the mic. I feel like I just need to get better about going around it. That's what I feel like. Okay. Okay, so let's pull up the null DB. We'll talk consensus. This is what we're needing to do. Is it true? Okay. Russell, unless if you're asking Russell a serious question, don't believe anything Russell says. That's effectively, he is super good about being super helpful if somebody needs the help. But if he just says something, I'm pretty sure you should ignore it. I also read this live. No RAM needed. It's a new architecture. The CPU doesn't use any RAM. Doesn't need memory. Brand new architecture. What's a HTMX native database? So I'm working on a video for this, and this is kind of what we talked about. You know, we built the video, the informative aspects of the video here. Why I call this an HTMX native database is that, well, one, it's in Rust, and you could embed it in Wasm, so you could put it in your front end. But that's probably a horrible idea. The second reason I call it an HTMX native database is you can actually store the records in HTMX for or HTML for direct rendering. So basically on disk, the files on disk can be served as HTML. They're just HTML. It's a cool way to visualize the database. So it's quite literally an HTMX native database. It's also, you know, I'm trying to up my clickbait game. People got really mad at me. I got like hundreds of thumbs down for my my Edge one. People are like, this is clickbait. I didn't even think the Edge is a lie. I had like the cloud and Edge nodes on it as the thumbnail. I didn't think that was that much clickbait because they're like, when you're talking about Edge is about like Raspberry Pis is the Edge. And I was like, oh, I was talking about what the Edge the cloud is selling you. I'm sorry. I don't know. Anyways, I guess I have become quite good at it. All right, let's continue on. So we did the file consensus, and so we're building the lesson plan right now, and we're cleaning up the code. That's basically what we're going to go through. We're going to go through the consensus code that we have now, and we're going to clean it up for educational purposes. We're going to put some comments in it. We're going to refactor some of it. There's, I think, at least one bug that we have, and at least one thing that should be fixed. Monta, how are you doing? All right, so we have Raft all in here effectively. This is the main, basically, Raft node section. We walked through this Thursday night. And put some comments in, and it looks fairly good. This is effectively the representation of a Raft node. So now we can, there's a couple things that we can look through. There are, the config is nothing interesting. Maybe we need to comment it. So there's the 3 states that the server can be in: the leader, follower, or candidate. And then there's the gRPC server. Actually, I'm going to probably follow the same state machine, interestingly enough. Or I'm probably going to follow the same state machine style for Paxos when we get to Paxos in a couple of weeks. How are you? Or did you catch cold, or you just woke up? I had a acid event last night. My throat will repair as we go. It'll be okay. So effectively neither, but I did wake up late. I did wake up, but not this late. Not this late. JD Pitt, how are you doing this morning over there on YouTube? All right, so this is the gRPC server. This is probably pretty crappy code. Oh, okay, so this is actually one of those bugs that we need to fix. Let's look at it, because it actually rears its head in, over here. This to-do right here. So basically, if I drew this out, what's happening here is each node is sitting out here. And basically what happens right now is it tries to connect as a client to all the other Raft nodes. So if we're looking at this, that means every node, actually, let's put these in a triangle because that will be easier to draw out. Every node will connect as a client to each other. Like this. Like this. So every node is going to connect to each other. And how it currently does it is basically it just calls, let's see, this right here, connect. And basically, if it doesn't work, it's done for. It doesn't retry. It doesn't, because we didn't make a different thread or anything else to do this on. So what we need to do is put this on a different thread, do some retry and stuff like that. Now the interesting part here is this. We actually need those Raft clients. So what I think needs to happen is we need to give this a reference to these Raft clients so that it can insert into it. What is this? This is just a hash map. So we can make this arc mutable. Is this terrifying? I'm just gonna go down this path. Arc. Oh, what happened? What happened? And then we can do something like this. Arc. New mutex. New. The goal will be to delete this. Yeah, that will be the goal. Seeing you write Rust for API makes me question why no one would write the backend in C++. I'm not sure I quite understand that. All right, so if this is all becoming a... Thank you for the follow. How is it going for you? There's your AI generated custom, purely custom for you. Follow message. Thanks for following and joining. Forging a bond stronger than steel to conquer the shadows together. The shadows of our lack of understanding of software things. That didn't roll off the tongue like I had meant for it to. Not at all. The shadows of big tech. Oh my goodness, Russell, you came in and saved that one. But how's it going, JD Tailored Tech? Hope you're doing well. Right now, what we're doing, just since you just joined in, we are. I have a YouTube series where we build a database, and we're building the next 2 episodes. So I write all the code live on stream, and then I'll record the video later. I tried to add some stuff that's not in the stream, but I also I'm going to try to make it a little bit funnier and informative, and then leave a lot of the education portions to the actual stream. So anyways, we're making the next one, and this one's on consensus. So we implemented the Raft consensus protocol, and right now we got the majority of it done. We're just tidying up stuff, fixing some bugs. This is not my function. Well, this is not my function. Do not touch. So, I mean, it is my code. It's the gRPC stuff. But we cannot put a Raft client in there. So what we're going to do, I was just going to pass Raft client to this. But that's obviously the wrong move. Okay, we're not going to have reference to self in here. What we can do though is we can lock we can lock the mutex and then insert into it. This is going to be a Tokyo spawn move. That's what no, that's not what I wanted. Tokyo. All right, so this is a problem I have with my key bindings. I need to get an accept. I don't have an accept the AI versus accept the LSP. So when you see something like this, like this right here, if I hit tab, it will do let instead of the mute Raft clients, blah, blah, blah. So that's kind of a pain. I thought you were going to do a retro on the null cloud. I absolutely am going to, Monta. I was just letting people join for the first little bit, and getting warmed up a little bit. It is my morning, so I have it all prepared. We got some drawings. We got architecture. I got it prepared for us. I'm using Arch. So actually one thing that we're going to do, I'm using Arch right now. One of the things is I wanted to learn Linux better. I've been a user of Linux, but I wouldn't say that I know Linux really well. I know aspects of it oddly well just because of my jobs and stuff like that. So like if we want to talk about C groups and namespaces, I know those way better than I feel like I should. And then the file systems, I'm like, I understand mostly, but I just don't feel like I know Linux like I should. So one of the things that we're going to do is at 1,000 subscribers, 1,000 followers, we're going to do Linux from scratch as a stream. So we're about a little over 250 followers away. We're probably a few more than that because I have like 50 bot followers, but so yeah, that I use that. I use Edge because when I'm streaming, I have one monitor, and i3. I use i3 because I have one monitor and it makes it really easy for me to show you guys multiple things. I just haven't found a system that does presentation as well. I tried GNOME for a little while. Probably could have gotten better at it. i3 was just easy for me. How to handle hiding secret information while streaming. Oh, I do that real well. You can ask everyone how I do that. Yeah. Mostly, I just leak it. Mostly, I just leak it on stream. I sometimes do the cone of silence, which is like this. And then I just reset my keys. A lot. We got, we have something that has to outlive Bar data escapes outside of methods. Self escapes. We can't use self in here. Did we use self? Yeah, we did. The config. Now, I have some other tricks for using secrets and stuff. So when I do want to use a secret, I have some dot files that I can source without printing anything to the screen, so I can leverage them. I tried to get a Vim extension for secrets. I haven't actually gotten it to work. It's installed, it just doesn't obfuscate anything, so I can't show you because it would actually leak secrets. I need to get that working at some point. All right. So we still do the same thing though here. This doesn't fix anything. We're on a different thread now. Basically here we just need to keep retrying. So this needs to be, oh, actually I bungled this, didn't I? Oh, no. This is just on success. This should be just on success. We probably don't have to unwrap it here anymore. Oh, this is the lock. And this is fine. We're not going to get into this. If we've poisoned our thread, that's a bigger issue. I have always said, a lot of people complain about Rust because they will talk about the borrow checker, something being too difficult, or they will there's like these fundamentals of, I'm going to call them fundamentals. I guess with some higher level languages, you can get away with not knowing them. But memory management is one of those. If you don't know how memory works, you shouldn't start learning Rust. You need to understand how memory works, how allocations, deallocations, and that type of stuff actually work before you. Otherwise, borrowing and stuff in Rust would be really hard to comprehend. Like, I'm not sure I would be able to comprehend it if I didn't understand how those things worked. The same with like pinning memory. How would pinning memory work if I didn't understand those things? And so I feel like people try to skip on having a good foundation. They think Rust, hey, I don't need to have a good foundation to write Rust because it's going to protect me. And the thing is, that's just not quite true. Rust is going to protect you, but you still need the good foundation. Let's see. No, give me the loop. I just want the loop. Is this actually a thing? Wait, this looks... Okay, but we're not getting the actual, the return, right? What was the AI going to do? What was it going to do? Just gonna call connect again? No, thank you. Okay, so let's do this. Where should I learn more about memory management? That's actually a really good question. One person that comes to mind, low level coder, low level learner, I think it is. Low level learner. Yeah, low level learning. Low level learning, I believe, has some stuff on memory management. He does a bunch of stuff. And he does a lot of stuff that goes very deep. Maybe not the best. So yeah, he does some stuff with memory. I don't watch a ton of his stuff. I'm just trying to come up with a place to learn. I read a lot of books. If you're into reading books, there's some good books. Another great way that I learned was trial and error. Go learn C++. You can just write a simple, exactly what Monta said. You don't have to spend a ton of time, but I would probably say C, because you handle allocation and deallocation more there. In C++, you can start getting into like deallocators that just do it for you. You can use like the smart pointers. And if you're using the smart pointers in C++, you're going to kind of miss the point. So I would probably say do C first, because you don't want to miss the point. You want to spend a month learning about memory management. So look up C memory management and just go for it. You don't have to become an expert at the language or anything like that. All right, let's see. Can I capture this somewhere here? Wait. Can I do this? I don't know if I can do this. Let result equal, because, oh man, if I can do this, this is beautiful. It's still a result. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. It's not capturing this. So I'd have to do something in here to return it, but I don't actually have that return value. All right, let's see if the AI can try a different way. I don't like this way. We'll do loop this time, since I have to give it a, there we go. Maybe, you know, it was really my bad. It wasn't the AI's fault. I just gave it the wrong one. Now, actually, we should probably Tokyo spawn each loop, or right? Because like we'd like to connect to all the clients at the same time if possible, and not block on one being down. So what I mean by this is, if, you know, these are our 3 nodes. If this one is down, but this is the one I tried to connect to first, I'll be blocked on connecting to this one and never connect to that one. So also, please, anybody that's in chat, if there's another YouTuber, I know that I'm a YouTuber and Twitch person, but if there's another YouTuber that has good stuff on memory management, please don't hesitate to post it. I think you guys would all know that I would want that. We're here to learn, so if there's content to go and learn and it's good, please share it. Not telling you to self-promote. But if it happens to be yours, and it relates to the current conversation, good job. All right. Once we finish this little loop up, we are going to hit up the Null Cloud retrospective. So I think what we're going to do here is Tokyo. Yeah. So we need that and that. The value moved here. Yeah. We're gonna have to do some cloning. Let's see. This is our Raft clients clone. Wait. What are we using in the node? Oh, we need to stop that, don't we? Oh, this is it. Never mind. This is in the config. Okay, this is fine. Yeah. We'll clone the node. We'll do this. I don't like shadowing, so let's do this. This is actually a problem I've come in with this pattern, where it's like it is the same thing. I just want to clone. I want a clone of it, and then I get tempted to do something like this, just for naming's sake. No, I don't need this. I need, not that. I'm just typing stuff random places now, it appears. Don't need that either. This is shadowing this, but that should be fine because we're in a different scope, and so it's not actually shadowing because this shouldn't actually be in there. Maybe a little confusing, but we'll leave it for now. Understanding the stack versus the heap. Reference and pointer are pretty important. Allocations also pretty important. Those are probably some of the more important things. Do I need the bottom portion after the spawn? Wait, did I? Yes, I do. I don't need this, right? I don't need this, but this is actually inserting it. Once we've connected, we've got to we're doing that in here. So no, we don't need any of this. You're right. You're right. Absolutely correct. Cannot find a value a Raft client's clone because it's Raft client clone, but I think it should be clients. Because I just wanted it to be the exact same. It's just a clone of it. Done. Okay. Do we not use the node in here? Where's node? No. Yeah, right here. Actually, this can just consume this, can't it? Because it will go through the next loop. So that's okay. We can move that value, that node value over, I think. It might be a smart pointer too. It might be a string. We'll see. Anyways, all right, let's see. So this might work. This way, for every server, we spin up a thread trying to connect to it. Now, this is not perfect, but I think this will be acceptable. And the reason I say it's not perfect, there is still happens in a disconnect case where we happily connect to all of them. Wrong way. We happily connect to all of them, and then this one goes down. We need to spin up something that sits there and tries to connect to it. I don't think it needs to be in the same thing. This is just the first thing. We really need something like that detects a disconnect. Maybe we write that. I'm not opposed, but we'll jump over to the null cloud while I think about whether we write that logic or not. Let's make sure this compiles. I did get rid of the clone. You are right, Future Highway. You are 100% right. Probably. We'll clean up the warnings in just a little bit. Cannot be called due to unsatisfied This is not even in what we were dealing with. This is in the leader. Oh, it is. It is. Because we changed what the Raft client was, right? We changed it to be an arc mutex. So all of these things are now upset because there's a lock that's not getting locked. Okay, this all makes sense. All of these errors do. Perfect. We'll come back and fix that though. That's not a big deal. All right, as everyone has wanted, I'll probably make this a YouTube short, a YouTube bite. We're gonna talk about V1 Null Cloud retrospective. Hello, YouTube and Twitch. Thanks for joining me. Today, I wanted to talk to you about what we've learned about a year into building our own cloud. Now, we've taken it slow. It's a side job of a side job for me. And there's a lot of things that I have learned myself, and there's a lot of things that are going to change in the future regarding this project. So as you all probably have seen, we have a very awesome looking front-end UI written by somebody in the community, which is super cool, that looks like this. And it actually kind of works. I can't sign up on this computer because it's dented, but it kind of works. And the API right now actually works and lets you spin up your application. But I kind of got to this point, and I'm pretty proud of what we've achieved, but there's some things that I wasn't quite satisfied with. So let's talk about those. Okay, so let's talk about what I have loved so far. It actually kind of works. You can, using the API, create a container based off of a Go or Rust project. All you have to do is give me the URL to the GitHub, and I'll go build it and run it. And that's pretty cool that way. Now there's some caveats in this actually kind of works where it doesn't actually do the networking yet. That's kind of simple, but it doesn't do it yet. That's just some plumbing that we haven't done, and that's fine. I love that you don't have to worry about crafting a container. I try to build a really secure container for you so you don't have to be an expert at doing that. If your project follows the really basic standard stuff, you don't have to do it. Now, you can use a container if you like, if you want to write your own container. But yeah, I like the GitOps kind of part of it. And I wanted to expand on that further in the future where you can make environments based off of branches. I also really like that we were able to reuse a bunch of stuff from Kubernetes to Istio and all those types of things. You know, we can just list some here. It's not a super long list, but we did. We Kubernetes, Istio. We'll just do the big ones. We used Asilium. KPack. Those were the big ones that we used. So we were able to reuse a bunch of these things and not write our own for all of them, which allowed us to do a lot of this stuff faster than we deserve to do it. And I like that. So let's talk about what I didn't like. And maybe I put what I hate because I kind of have grown to dislike it a lot. It's kind of just a slightly better Fargate. Now, I don't mean that as like Fargate is way more production ready. So if you're talking about like enterprise ready, Fargate is way better. But I meant from an innovative standpoint. It's like a slight iteration on what Fargate already does. And that's what now, obviously, we can take this further to do some of the other stuff, and that's what I had always had in mind. But I realized that doing the other stuff on top of Kubernetes was going to be more painful than I had originally hoped it was going to be. It also limited me to basically doing what other people were doing, unless if I really wanted to rewrite these things, you know, or in theory, write a brand new Kubernetes operator that does infrastructure management, a brand new Kubernetes operator that does these other things. And that's what I was kind of coming to was, one, I was getting really integrated into Kubernetes. Basically everything that I was writing was a Kubernetes operator. Let's put that down. Didn't love this. Didn't like this at all. It didn't feel innovative to me. Like I said, Fargate kind of exists and is a thing. I did write it. I did write it. Going forward feels more like building a Kubernetes operator than anything else. Okay, never mind. I already did write it. So far, nothing is managed hardware, and the best I could do is slightly better. So far, this is Bottle Rocket, not two. Wow, I'm so prepared for this. So far, nothing is managing hardware, and really what I wanted this to be was a data center piece of software. I wanted this to be something you could run in your data center to manage your data center. And I was just realizing that Kubernetes wasn't probably the thing that I wanted to do that with. Kubernetes didn't provide me that layer, that thing that I was looking for. And so again, I could have done this maybe with yet another Kubernetes operator, but even this then becomes a very hard limiting factor because Kubernetes has some very hard scale limiters on it. etcd is one of them. So I didn't really want to do this. My passion wasn't to do this for Kubernetes. And I would really like to make it a single binary install. We'll see if that ever happens, but that's so I have some open questions. What do people want and need? How can we make that better? How do we manage hardware? How can we keep this up to date easy with security, CVEs, and things like that? These are questions I want to keep open while we're doing the next steps in the Null Cloud. These are like questions I want to keep asking and make sure that we're coming back. Because the other thing is security. One thing that I don't think people appreciate enough is continuous delivery. Because one of the things I want is to make this like a continuous delivery by default. Because what a lot of people don't like get to is they've deployed it and it's been deployed for a month and it's working. You need to redeploy it because your base things that you built with aren't good anymore. They have CVEs. Your base container has CVEs. Your base whatever, your hardware. And a lot of companies, if you want to get really serious about it, say every 2 weeks they need to be refreshed. And how can we bake that in to the base platform? You know, if I'm already building the containers for you, we can do basically a, you know, how I was thinking of it was, you know, if this is prod, every week we can build a stage that's live that you can be like, okay, yep, it's good. Give it the thumbs up. So, you know, every Monday you can log in, check out stage, make sure it's passed all the tests that are running against stage, and basically do a deployment every single Monday. If nothing else, just revitalizing your base containers. Again, just something I've been thinking about. Lessons learned so far. It's a really big project. That's just really big. There's a lot that's going into it. I need to innovate at the base layer because, you know, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we actually added Wasm, which was really cool. We got Wasm working and we could actually run a Wasm application now. We have a node that runs Wasm. But the thing that struck me was if we don't integrate if we're not innovative at the base layer, then it actually still limits us to what we can do at the top layer. You know, sure, now we have this WASM, which is kind of the base layer of the node, which is cool because it does actually change how things work at the base layer of the node. But if we don't change how our applications work together, then there's not a whole lot going to happen. Yeah, I had the same tools everyone else did, and it was kind of hard to truly be different. So I wanted to rethink about everything. So V1 architecture was this. Let's actually walk through it. This was the V1 architecture. This is what's running and kind of works. So we actually only have WASM running on one of these, so most of them are just gvisor. I'll update that. All right. So this is the majority of the stuff we wrote. We're using K0s and gvisor on the nodes. We also have a WASM engine on one of them. And so what we're doing here is basically this. We have a UI front end here that calls the API server. It just leveraged the API server. And we have an API server. This is all behind Istio and Clerk for auth. And Istio actually validates the Clerk auth, which is cool. Then we have these two things are operators. This workflow runner actually is the thing that says, hey, once the container is built, once all that stuff is done, we're going to run the workload. And it's just a Kubernetes deployment in your thing. It also is going to write the Istio manifest to expose it to the network. It writes Istio manifest right now. It just doesn't actually expose your workload to the internet. There was work that needs to be done on that. And the container builder basically just interfaces with KPack and ensures and monitors the resources so we know when it's built. But also KPack goes and rebuilds that image whenever there's a new push. So we actually then can update stuff and tell the workload runner that there's a new version of the application that needs deployed. So it looks kind of like this. So this is what's out there. The majority of the work is in these three things. And interfacing with these things. So that's the architecture. It's really not that difficult. It's we could make this really strong. Like we could go, like I said, there's a bunch of things that are like enterprise readiness things that we could work on and we could make better. Like knowing when there's a new thing or making a new environment. So right now you get one deployment, but what if we made one deployment per branch? So you could have another exact same deployment based off of a different branch. We could add features to this really easily. Like all of the fundamentals are there. But it's really just a little bit slightly better Fargate, right? It's not doing much that's innovative. The other problem that I have is I manage these by hand, and I don't love that. I go in there, I do a apt update on them, and then an apt upgrade. They run Debian. And then, again, Kubernetes, I update by hand on top of this. So then I go in and I run those types of things. So what I got to was like, if I was asking somebody to run this as a cloud in their data center, which is one of my goals, was that you could have failover between clouds. Well, then this is a lot for them to run. Not only do they have the Kubernetes layer that they have to figure out, they have the actual hardware layer that they actually have to figure out. Then they have my whole layer. And is this even... I don't know if this is feasible for people to do. I mean, obviously it's feasible. I wrote it, so it's feasible. Is it good, though? I don't think so. I don't think so. So let's talk about our goals, because our goals are pretty much going to stay the same. Provide just work and automatic update of infrastructure. truly make deploying your application as easy as git push through, though optionally be able to leverage old school infra would be cool. So by that, I mean, I love the features that we were developing as far as GitOps pulley. But if somebody wants a VM, we should be able to provide them a VM, or I would love to be able to provide them, like a DigitalOcean droplet. Like, there you go. It's there. It exists. Have fun. I want people to not think about infra. So I want them to think about how much CPU and memory they're consuming, not about how many nodes. I literally would love for this to be an enterprise feature. You want VMs? Yeah, buy the enterprise feature, because what I would love is for 95% of the workloads to be dealt with by Magic on the back end. I want simple security. It should be built in, not added on, not paid for. I mean, it's open source, but when we're running in my cloud, it's not paid. It should just be built-in security and secure by default, because this is another thing that people struggle with. How do you run a secure container? How do you access hardware securely? And I'd like to help people do that securely because I think it's a big hole. So, and I really like GitOps, and I would love to bring GitOps to infra. So we'll talk about how Legion can maybe do that. I actually really do like this. So we'll see. So we have decided that we're cloudless, not serverless, which I really like. Because we got to fight marketing with marketing materials. Null Cloud will be the first cloudless cloud. As a service should just work, requiring minimal or no configuration. Leverage GitOps and work in your data center. Multi-cloud. This is something that I think is really cool for a couple of reasons. One reason multi-cloud is awesome. One reason multi-cloud is awesome is, let's say you want to make something highly available. You could run it in 3 clouds. This could be GCP, AWS, and your own data center. And then if your own data center goes offline, you have hot standbys. Now, this is a costly way to run it. I don't think a ton of people would run this way, except maybe banks or something. But there's actually even another cooler way. Let's say you have a data center like what I have, which is like 3 machines. And a lot of the times when you're buying hardware for your data center, you're buying 6 months out. And let's say your app explodes in popularity. You get a ton of growth. Well, the hardware you bought off of projections doesn't handle it. If you had the Null Cloud to fail over on now, or you could do this with AWS, where you 100% leveraged your local, and all the excess is going to be all the excess load is going to be handled on a cloud provider dynamically, all for you. This could be sitting there ready to handle load, just running nothing. And this could be the Null Cloud run by me, or you could be doing this in AWS. It would run in any of them. That would be cool. So I think the multi-cloud aspect is something that's really cool. Now, I have to say this. Generally, if somebody's trying to sell you multi-cloud, don't do it unless if you have a reason you have to do it. Multi-cloud is so much effort and so much work. I cannot stress to you how much work it is. I think a lot of the times it will cost you less to handle the 4 hours of downtime that AWS is going to have in a year than to try to be multi-cloud to not have that. And you're probably still going to be down. It's hard to actually prove that that system works without a full down system. So I really just don't do multi-cloud unless you have to. Now, that's the thing that I thought was interesting. If I can provide this right here, with the null cloud, where you don't have to do anything except tick a box that says overflow into the null cloud, and here's my account I can link to. Holy crap. Now that becomes a no-brainer. Now your multi-cloud, where your data center and cloud just becomes not easy. It just works. If we can do that, now that makes multi-cloud not so difficult. Not so difficult. Okay. So those are the goals. Do ship your backups to another cloud. Okay, this is a fair point. Backups. What is the rule of backups? There's a 3 rule. What is that 3 rule? Does anybody know? Okay, the 3 rule. I think it's actually 3 factorial. It's 3 factorial. So the 3 factorial rule. Yeah. Dane's got it. It's 3, 2, 1. I said the 3 rule, and then I realized it's 3 factorial. But the 3 rule is 3 copies. So you maintain 3 copies. So you want 3 copies of your data, okay? That's in production, a backup, and another backup. And then you want 2 different types of storage. So I think this is like 2 types of storage. You know what? For me, this used to be like tape versus disk. For me, I don't really like, for this, like, if you have a different cloud account, I think that's acceptable. You know, like if you use S3, and then you use GCP, that's fine. They're probably both on disk. I don't think that you have to push for having tapes. And then I don't remember what 1 is. I don't remember 1. What's 1? What is 1? I don't remember 1, but you don't want 1 location. GCP will probably delete your data, so probably don't use GCP. Let's just skip 1. You want your 2 backups. You have 2 backups. In your 3 copies, you have the main one and you want 2 backups. You want those backups in different locations. You want them in 2 different, you want them in different locations. Yeah. So anyways, yes, do put your backups. When I say multi-cloud, I was talking about running your actual application, not your backups. Okay. So, architecture. I don't have this fully fleshed out because we're starting afresh. We're starting afresh with some old ideas. Legion is an old idea that we're bringing some new ideas to. You know, this is the old architecture. This is our new architecture. The goal will still be to reuse some things that we really like. So we'll probably still use Istio or Linkerd or something that's already brings a service mesh. And we do actually need a service mesh. I can get into why, but because we're actually having secure, separate people's data, we do need a service mesh. Most people don't need a service mesh, but we do. So we'll probably try to not make our own service mesh. Legion is one of the big things. So the very first thing that we're going to do is we're going to support Aura at the beginning. Now, I like this to be a plugin, a system that allows you to plug in whatever here. So it's not just Aura. But what we're going to do is we're going to set our sights on Aura. This is a project started by the late Chris Nova, and we're going to leverage that. It looks like it's slightly maintained. People do something with it like once a month or so, but it looks like it's working. And so we're going to at least attempt to use Aura and make that the working backbone for Legion. Now, inside of Legion, we have a bunch of stuff here of what we're going to do. We have one other thing here that I didn't put in here. So the config is going to be... All right. So we have some things to do, and we have some open questions. So clustering, we're going to do Swim. Workload runner, we're going to use Aura. Scheduling, we're going to use Promise Theory. Consensus, we're going to use Multi-Paxos log. Config, we're going to figure out, this is an open-ended question. We're going to learn about some Nginx. We're going to learn about BottleRocket. We're going to see if we can't combine BottleRocket Nginx with our clustering and make something amazing, or make something separate. Source of truth is going to be Git and Paxos. Operator system is a question mark. Communications are going to be gRPC, and networking is also a question mark. I would love to be able to just leverage Cilium. I don't know. Like I said, question mark, but we might work our way into using Cilium. Legion operators is the big question mark. What I'd love to do with Legion is, you know how in Kubernetes you have these base deployments and things? You have deployments and replica sets, a bunch of things like this. Well, I don't want any of these. I want Legion to be a workload scheduler, and that's all it does by base. And then what I'd like to do with these is rethink operators as a whole. What I want to do is I want to enable people to write their own highly available applications that have control loops in them. That's the idea. And so this is going to be a whole, it might not even be called Legion operators. It probably will have its own name, because my thought is you should be able to leverage this outside of Legion. I would like for these to be leverageable outside of Legion on VMs if you wanted to, because I think this is something people don't have. So I don't know how this is going to work right now. It's a big question mark. But it'd be really cool if you could build something like a deployment operator, or just like an operator, but not require Kubernetes, right? That would be really cool. I think it would be, at least. Maybe I'm wrong. Right now, it requires, like, the whole thing is the Kubernetes API. But what happens if all the things it needed from Kubernetes were contained in the operator? Now, obviously, if we make a deployment style operator, oh, whoa, I clicked something. If we made a deployment, this would need access to the Legion API to manage workloads. So this one would be like one that we write, but specifically interacts with Legion. But my thought is these Legion operators, you don't have to make it specifically do stuff with Legion and still deploy them on them. Again, there's some open-ended questions here, but this has always kind of been the plan. So yeah, there we go. All right, I'm catching up on chat. Wow, I missed a lot on chat. Usually 3 per Well, thanks, Wow So Clutch. You know what? And it's fine. I'm skeptical of myself. This is a lot of stuff. Will we get all of it done? Probably not. But the cool thing is we should learn a ton of stuff trying to do these things. Even if we try and we fail, we'll have learned why we can't do what we want to do. And I specifically, I tried not to hold back. Like with the Legion operators, I think they're kind of ridiculous. They kind of sound awesome and ridiculous at the same time. And they might just not work. And that's okay. We'll learn why they don't work and what those limitations are. And either we'll come up with something else that's good, or we'll say like, yeah, Kubernetes operators is the best we can do. I don't know. We'll find out. So those are the types of things where I don't want to be held to this thing of we won't succeed because this is too much or this is whatnot. No, we'll succeed because if we learn something doing it, we're going to be great. And you know what? We're going to start off with Swim. I can implement Swim. Okay. You know what? We're going to start out by learning about clustering. And then we're going to pick a clustering methodology. I really like Swim. Maybe you know what? I haven't revisited this in a couple of years. So I'll look and see if there's a new, better mentality out there. I like Swim for its scalability to millions of nodes. I like that aspect of it, but we'll actually do a fair learning on just clustering as a whole. We'll make some videos on clustering. And that's kind of my whole thing here. We'll do scheduling and we will do a thing on promise theory. We'll probably have a couple videos on promise theory. You guys have to know how much I like promise theory for the fact that 2 of the 6 math books that I didn't pack up so that I could sit here and read while I'm working on my house, 2 of them are on promise theory. One of them I got for $20 and is the physics of shock waves and high temperature hydrodynamics. I love this book. I love that book. Anyways, I don't know why I kept that one. I read it once. Like half of the math went above my head. And I say math, it's like physics, but anyways, I don't know why I thought I would reread that one. I'm not prepared. Not prepared. All right. There we go. Thanks for joining me. That is what we're doing here on the Null channel, on my Twitch account. I hope we all learn a lot from it. Yeah, that's the goal. Really learning is the goal. Wow So Clutch. You know what? I actually really hate the people at Fly. I really hate the people at Fly because they literally stole these ideas from me. So people that know me know that I have wanted to make this Legion thing for years. And the people at Fly stole a lot of my ideas. Just literally stole them. I think the people at Fly.io are brilliant, by the way. Mainly because they agree a lot with what I say. You thought they mostly took ideas from Heroku? No, I don't think so. I mean, okay, so they take ideas from Heroku in the sense that they tried to make everything simple for the developers like Heroku did. So they tried to make the user experience like Heroku. That they did do. But as far as how things are implemented in the back end, so we can talk about their scheduler and orchestration and hardware management. It has a lot of similarities to the things that I've described for Legion. And Legion started as Project Gary back in 2000. I want to say it was 2016, 2017, before Fly.io was a thing. Yeah. Oh, oh, really? That actually makes me sad. Did they like do something horrible? Like, I don't know. Did they do something horrible? And that's why people are leaving? Oh, I was being sarcastic. I was being sarcastic. I mean, like, they share a lot of the same ideas that I have. At least from their blog posts that I have read. We actually went over one with the Kubernetes where they talked about how they were doing Kubernetes because people asked for Kubernetes, but how their underlying one was built more on what I could glean from it. It seemed like they were talking about promise theory, like straight up promise theory on how their scheduler actually worked. So, like, again, they're not necessarily, they don't open up all of their architecture for all of the things, but those are some of the things that seem. See, I think that I could make the current Null Cloud a competitor to Render. You're using Fly for TwitchBot. So has Fly not been stable for you? That's sad. That's really sad. Sarcasm is tough. So thanks for calling me out. I am sarcastic. And stealing was not a lot of the ideas I laid out for Legion. They seem to have done something similar. That's all I was saying. I don't actually dislike the Fly people. I actually like them. Now, I have no idea about the stability of their service. I haven't used it. We can give it a shot, though. We can give it a shot. If people would like, we could run our Twitch alerts on it, probably. Okay. Pay as you go plan. Oh, they have a free plan. This is always really weird. Where you pay, but you get the credits for that. It's not just pay as you go. I guess you can go pay as you go, but you don't get anything. I don't know. That's weird. That's fine. Pricing's hard. Pricing's hard. So all I can say is that Legion I want to be a better Nomad and Kubernetes, but I want, one of the things that we need to do, and I don't have a clear thing. I'm putting a lot of things in Legion. And there's things that probably shouldn't be in Legion. So like hardware management. Maybe hardware management is done like BottleRocket, completely separate of Legion. And if that's the case, That's probably its own thing. You know, I'm not entirely sure. I don't have every answer going into this. But I do want to think about all of those things and not just say what's possible with what's out there, but can we do something that's different because we don't have to be held by what's out there. You know, if Aura doesn't work for us, we'll throw it out and we'll either make something or do something that's different. If gRPC doesn't work for us, we'll make our own protocol. It's just how it works. It's just how we're going to do it. If HTTP doesn't work for us, we'll make our own. We'll make our own. Don't be tied down to a single protocol. Please, TCP, you scrubs. That was sarcasm, by the way. That was sarcasm. Wasn't actually calling you guys scrubs. I have some concrete ideas. I have some not concrete ideas. And so we're going to work on the ones that I have concrete ideas about first, and we're going to add from there. And we're going to think about each step from there. So like I said, first one's going to be clustering. That's an easy one. We've got to be able to get all of our machines in a cluster somehow. And so we're going to build the clustering. How we're going to do it is if we go here, and you actually look at it, what we're going to do is we're basically going to build each section in its own workflow, workspace. So we're going to we'll probably do one for clustering here, like cluster manager. So then the idea will be if we decide that the thing that does cluster management should be separate from everything else, we've already started kind of that way, even though it's in with the same thing as everything else. So we're going to work on it that way. That's not what I meant. I meant just quit, but whatever. All apps delivered to users over FTP. Like I said, I was being sarcastic. And I do try. So that's the difficult thing. Like, I try to make the stream fun. And one of the ways I have fun is with sarcasm, but it doesn't always transfer well. And I think that's actually why streamers usually have like a big base in different places. It's probably also time zones dependent. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. All right, let's get back into Yeah, no. I don't think they ripped off any work or even ideas. They just are probably smart people. I was patting myself on the back. That was actually sarcasm. They, you know, yeah, for sure. I don't believe that I'm the only person that's ever come to these conclusions. I actually take it as somewhat validation that somebody else has had the similar thoughts, that what I'm thinking isn't completely crazy. You know, like if nobody's ever thought anything close to you, then you're like, well, gosh, maybe what I'm thinking is just completely crazy. So I actually like, and I'm not even sure that they do exactly what I do. It's just every blog article I read from them seems to hint, like I said, their Kubernetes blog post hinted that they use promise theory or something similar to promise theory for their scheduling and orchestration. So this is where it's like, wow, that's actually really interesting. The best products are the ones that you need but don't exist. I don't know that anybody needs this. I don't know. What this came about from was I was really tired of go deploy something on AWS. It's a lot of work. I wanted to deploy our Twitch alerts. So, you know, if somebody follows right now, we get a Twitch alert. And I wanted to host that on AWS. And setting up IAM and all of it was a ton of work just to get something out there. And then if you look at something like Fly.io, you also then feel like you're stuck in this developer only thing. I wanted something that was enterprise ready, but also could do developers. Not that this will be any of them, but yeah. All right. Let's fix these we didn't actually need the clone, did we? No, we needed to lock it. We don't need the clone there either. Thank you. Thank you, AI. Oh. I think this is going to be fun. For the AI games happening later. I think I have some streamers who are going to compete against me. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to do languages that neither of us know. We're going to have a small project to do. I can't use AI. They can only use AI. They can't write any actual code. I think we're going to do something like one character, something like that. And we're going to race to see who can do it first. I think that will be fun. I think that will be a fun little test of things. I think the AIs will actually win on this, right? I think. I don't know where the get mutable was. Wait, what was that on? We were looking at this. This is on the lock result. No, this is just on the, oh. Oh. I'm more accustomed to the read-write locks. Those are the ones I've used more. So this is cool. I'm doing something dumb here and I'm not thinking about it. So I have an arc to a mutex and I want to use get mute on the which I could call clone here. Or not clone. I could call lock here. Right, and this is fine. Because lock is on the mutex, but I can't call get mutable. Oh, because I don't have let's see. I have a mutable reference, right? One second. Yeah, I feel like a newbie here. Right, I'm trying to mutate the mutex. I'm not trying to... I'm not... So it's weird because it feels like... So this is obviously on the mutex, right? But when I do get mute, which is also on the mutex... Now it works. Was it just a hiccup? Oh my gosh. Oh no, unwrapping is the problem. Oh, wait. Oh, you mean just change this to a, oh. I'm a dum-dum. Thank you, Future Highway. Thank you. Have fun on the bike ride, wow, so clutch. I need to do that. Actually, we're in a heat wave, so I am not going to do that. I both bike and I bike. There you go. I have a 2006 I have this. But I also have a bicycle. I ride a bicycle on the street for exercise. Oh, I do not do long distance. The longest I have ridden a bicycle in one go. So my son has he has type 1 diabetes. So he was born with diabetes. And I did a 100-mile race for diabetes, like a thing. Now I only did 50 miles though. That's all I could do. But I mean, it was for charity. So I just got some businesses to sponsor me per mile that I rode, and I did 50 miles. I was pretty happy with 50 miles. That killed me though. That killed me. That was not fun. I did train for that. I need to do that again. I want to do it again. They stopped doing the race here where I live. So I know what Zwift is. Oh, that's awesome. I've thought about getting a Zwift thing to mount my bicycle on, to ride in the winter. They have like that bike mount, right? Yeah, the Zwift Hub. That's what I was thinking of. I just wanted to see pictures of the Zwift Hub. It wasn't this. They actually have a thing you can mount your bike to, right? Oh. Oh, they don't do the Zwift Hub anymore? Oh, okay. So this is still from Zwift, though. These people look like they're having fun going uphill. I guarantee you, they're not having fun going uphill. Nobody has fun going. Nobody smiles like that going uphill. Okay? That's just a lie. I look like death when going uphill. Not like that. Marketing. You have fun going. Hey, you're a monster. You're a monster. You're an absolute monster. I accidentally changed this back. Did not mean to do that. I don't live near the mountains. Do you know what the best thing to do is? You ride to the mountain, you walk up the mountain, then you ride down the mountain, and you feel like a superhero riding that bike. Yeah. I ride it for the exercise. I don't actually do that, so. Have I been tempted? Yes, I have been tempted. Okay, so that's the leader. So let's do follower. Nothing? Do I use Strava? That's the app that tracks where you're going. I have used that in the past, yeah. I didn't last year. I didn't last year because I only rode a couple 100 miles last year. That will probably be the same this year since I'm in the middle of moving. Which isn't good. Isn't the right thing to do. I know. Oh, that's really cool. Doing the group rides together. I would like to be a part of a group that does it because I think it would make me also more consistent. I think the other thing is by the end of the summer, I've gotten a little bit consistent and then winter hits and I stop riding altogether. And that's why I do want the indoor bicycle because I'd like to ride during the winter, which then I need like a group of people online that want to also go on a ride because I hate sweating alone. Like if I'm going to be miserable, I want to be miserable together. Oh, I'm not doing any time trials. No way. Absolutely not. You're gonna not be sent. What future am I sending? Wait, why do I have a Mutex guard? It's saying I'm trying to send a Mutex guard. Where's the arc? This won't work. Mutex guard won't work. Right? What does this make? Yeah, this creates an arc. And it's moving raft. The raft clients is the only thing that I changed, and it is behind an arc. Have a good ride, Wow So Clutch. The future cannot be sent between threads safely. The trait send is not for Mutex guard hash map. Raft client. So this is the client. Let's look at here. Oh, these happy people. We gotta get rid of that. Can't be happy. If I'm not happy, nobody else. Okay, so complaining about this, but we store it as this, which is an arc, which arc is sendable. Yeah, it's send and sync. But back here, it's pretending like it doesn't have the arc on it for some reason. Why? Why? Am I holding it across and away? I shouldn't be holding it across and away. You're absolutely right. If I'm holding it across and away, it would be an issue. But am I doing that? Wouldn't it error there though? Usually it errors there, but maybe you're right. Maybe I am holding it across and away. Actually, let's just look at lock. See, I'm not holding it. Not here, at least. That's all there. Wait. Here, isn't it? It's right where the green is. Future is not send. Wait. Can we rewrite this to not hold across and await? I actually don't like holding across the await because it means that it blocks anything else from reading this while we're waiting on sending this, right? So I'm actually okay with, I was thinking I was okay with it. Now, maybe there's nothing we can do about this. So the reason we have, wait, the clients is because we need the mutable node. We need these nodes to be mutable. Wait, but then we're cloning it. Do they? Do I need this to be mutable? And if that's not mutable, then I don't need this as mutable, right? And if that doesn't need to be mutable, I can literally just clone this, right? And it's called client's clone anyways. And then I can drop the lock here. can we do something like let's clients clone equals 1 second. Let's how do we do this nice and fancy? Too fancy for my own pants. I want to leave the scope of the lock here. Yeah, we'll just do this, right? We'll just do this. Maybe that's not what we wanted. Oh, I misspelled it. I misspelled it. All right, there we go. And now we don't hold it across the weight. Beautiful. So the reason I actually like using the standard until being forced, thank you, Future Highway. I do actually do this cognizantly, although I wasn't thinking about it. That's such a weird error message. I hate that error message because that error message did not make me think this problem. I don't want to hold this across and away. And this is just a gRPC call, right? And so I would block anybody trying to do anything with the clients while waiting for this. This is just bad design on my part. All right. Future is not send. We should be able to do the same thing here. You know what? Let's go back and let's copy this because this is brilliant. This is an undersung feature of Rust. This right here, being able to encapsulate and return the result of this thing is just beautiful. I like it. I like it. I think you're right. Wait. Maybe you're not. Let's just change this to node. I think you're right. I don't know why I'm cloning nodes there. Cannot borrow node as mutable. Oh, is this going to cause problems? But this undoes all of this. I did all this work to not have this as mutable. Crap. Why does this need it to be mutable? Why does sending... I guess it's because I changed the state of... Is it because I changed the state of like the... Why is this mutable? Why to send a request is it requiring me to be mutable? I'm guessing it has something to do with tonic, would be my guess. And like the state of the network. I guess my question then comes to, is it okay to clone this to have a mutable reference? Is cloning this going to cause a problem, I guess, is what I'm wondering. Is ready a thing that... I guess I can't go to ready. I don't know what is the mutable thing here. So inner is an arc T. I don't know if this is safe. Let's do them all this way and then run it. Like part of me says that this is safe because it looks like I don't know why this needs... I don't know why sending a gRPC requires mutating inner. And I don't know how the clone works on this. Is clone going to clone the arc? Which then it would be pointing to the same thing and should be fine. But if that was the case... then it shouldn't need mutable either, because it would be handling the internal locks itself. Node is the client for the node, so this is the thing that's saying it needs to mutate to send something. I'm just gonna go for it and we're gonna test it. I honestly don't know. Is this it? Oh, this is just a warn. Okay. We're gonna fix some of these things up. So we built. Okay. I don't know if what I did. We will need further investigation. Let's just try this. To try it, we need to run this now. It's Docker compose build. We got to build the new images, and then we can run this. Okay, I'll show you how I'm not. Now, I have questions about how it's right, but not from the locking standpoint. And this is something that I do a lot because I don't like holding locks across awaits. It gives me the shivers. The shivers. So what I'm doing here is I'm locking in here, we can actually break this down right here. So this lock is only valid during this scope. And I have cloned the result of that lock into this. So it is unlocked as of this line right here. So I'm no longer holding a lock. I'm literally just holding a clone of everything that was in it. And then I'm doing 4 nodes over here. Now, what the weird part is, the weird part that I'm not quite sure is that I need a mutable reference to the client, the gRPC client, to send a request. Now, is it okay that I've cloned this? I don't know. Oh, how am I not allowed to make this mutable? Oh, you know what? I'm a dum-dum. I could do this. You're absolutely right. What were you saying? That's exactly what I did, isn't it? See? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. It's the same thing effectively. I was just making a clone of the node, but I mean, I'm still making a clone of the node, so it doesn't matter. Whether making this clone of the node, that's the thing I don't know if it's okay. I honestly don't know why I need mutable to send the request. Obviously I do. And is that going to cause problems sending the next one? I don't know. But you're right. This is cleaner. This is a cleaner way to write it. 100%. I was just being a dum-dum. I was focused on understanding this and not the other stuff. There's another place of it right here, right? Yeah. I don't know that I've solved all of them. All right, this one actually just borrows straight because we don't hold it across. No, wait. It's not a clone, so we should rename it from that. Oh, we cloned the node here too. It better be okay, because if it's not, we have really messed up. Why are we using Docker Compose and not just running it straight? Well, it's because now that we have consensus, we have to run at least 3. If we don't run 3, I mean, we could run just 1, but only received 0. Oh man. Docker Compose. I don't have what I used. It's too back on the history. I should have a config file, right? Yeah, compose.yaml. So it's what? Docker Compose run config compose. 1 second. That's not right, right? I'm not a Docker Compose expert. What did I it should just run this standard, right? This is when I do Docker Compose run, it should just use this compose YAML, right? Wait. Podman would be easier. Possibly. I haven't really used either. Compose is, at this point, somewhat set up. I don't know what argument is it asking for. Oh, it's asking for the service. It's asking for the service. I want all of the services. I want node 1, 2, and 3. Up, up, up. It's up. Thank you, Future Highway. No. It's up because I just want it to run everything in that file. Run is I want a specific one. Raft. My beautiful, beautiful raft. Okay, we gotta stop it sooner to look at the initial logs. But in general, it's working. Looking good. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, I haven't used it for, it was up. So that it seemed to work. So I guess copying them to send the request is fine. It feels weird. I need to investigate that. I honestly don't know why Tonic requires a mutable reference to send. Again, I'm guessing it has to do with the socket. That would be my guess. Are we building our own RDBMS? Good question. Gebs, thanks for joining, by the way. So you can check out, if I'm gonna go ahead and do this, YouTube. So I have some YouTubes, and if you go to youtube.com/nullabs, @nullabs, you can actually see my first videos. So I'm not creating a real database. What we're doing is there's these database ones here. And what we're doing is we're going through and building pieces of databases. And I have a playlist for them. So this is in a playlist. And so yeah, the cool thing about these is we go through the theory and then we actually go through the code. So we actually build out the code and we actually talk about how the code does the thing. So the next ones is we have, well, not that. Let's get rid of the null cloud stuff. We have consensus and the file system. So we built out what the file system is, why we use a file system for a database, and we actually built one out, which made some changes. That video will be coming up next, and then we're working on the consensus part. So we implemented Raft, a really simple consensus algorithm, and so we're just updating that to be a little bit cleaner. We got it all working, and now we're going back and fixing. You know, we had some to-dos through it, and that's what we're fixing. Right. Consensus would be kind of for high availability. You're right. 100%. Yeah. So let's talk about, let's actually put that in, we can stop that. You don't need to play. We can actually start building out the lesson plan. So we implemented it, and now I just want to, what I love about doing this type of thing live on Twitch with you guys is you guys can talk about things and make sure that it gets into the video. So like, why? So in this, we'll talk about HA, Well, let me, I like to be clear. This database is for educational purposes. It's not meant to be used in production. It's not meant to be a thing to be taken seriously. I specifically do some things to make it easier to understand, not more performant. So there's a lot of things that we could do to make it more performant that would use unsafe memory blocks to do things. And we're not doing that. We are specifically looking to learn the basics of database technology, not eking out every bit of performance. Yeah, so okay. So Y consensus would be a good one. And then we want to do like basic consensus protocols. So you know, we have Raft, the one we implemented, and Paxos. There's some other ones, but those are pretty the big one. Will we do paging? Well, so if you watch the previous ones, we did a log-based database, which doesn't actually need paging. Now, we might update that to not be a pure log-based database in the future. We have some plans for that, right? I don't know where I wrote those plans down. Where the crap did I write those plans down? Anyways, we have some things to do, like a vector index. Where are my plans? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Why it's here? Let's do a new folder called plans. There we go. We'll put it in there. But so we're working on the file system. We're doing Raft right now. This video will be coming out in hopefully a couple of weeks. This will be in a couple of months probably. We're working on it, but we have a lot to clean up still. And it takes me a while to make the videos. Then we're going to do clustering on Legion, which is not part of the database. Although databases do have to cluster, we're not there yet. Well, it's also a little bit different. It's a little bit different of a clustering. Then what we're going to do after we've done Raft, we're going to do single Paxos. So we'll do single Paxos. Then from that, we'll do indexes. But we've done a hash map index. People are really interested about vector indexes, so we're going to do a vector index. We might also do an LSM tree index because that goes really well with our log-based database. But we could also do a B-tree index, and if we did a B-tree, we'd actually take our log-based file system and we probably do paging instead. But we might do like a hybrid. There's actually a hybrid approach we could take where we do a paged log, which is kind of a hybrid. There's one database that does this. ClickHouse does this. Now they have a columnar database, which we're not, but they do anyways, it's an interesting. And then we're going to move on to replication, and we're going to learn as we go and do each of these things. So, and again, my goal isn't to do all of these the best that's absolutely there. You know, I'm not trying to give you the best vector index. What we're going to try to do is we're going to try to build it, learn, and help others understand what a vector index is. But one of the things that I really wanted is, like, I could do a YouTube video on vector indexes and what they do, but there's no code to look at. And so that's what I'm solving here. Everything here has code to back it up. Even if it's simplistic and not fully fleshed out, you know, there is code to back all of it up, which I like. All right, let's get back into this. Okay, so clone away. Let me look at this. This module contains a low-level implementation to build a gRPC client. This provides a codec agnostic gRPC client attacher and a this client is generally used by some code generation tool to provide snubs of the gRPC service. That's what we're doing with it. Upon using your generated client, you will discover all the functions corresponding to your take a mutable self, making concurrent usage of the client difficult. This is 100%. I wish I had read the documentation. The answer is simply to clone the client, which is cheap as all client instances will share the same channel for communication. Oh my freaking goodness. Well, that's what I was looking at. When I was looking at the implementations, it all looked thread safe on the inside. And if they're using Arc and you clone an Arc, you're not actually cloning the stuff inside. So it should be cheap and easy. But then it looked, then my question was like, why have it be mutable since there's an Arc on the inside? I don't quite understand that, but they're obviously more brilliant than I are and they built it. So cool. We did the right thing, haphazardly. All right. Okay, dokie. So let's go back into here, right? So this is where we had the to-do, right? Yeah. This is fixed. We can actually delete this now. We got rid of that wait. Also, Future Highway, thank you so much for pulling up the documentation on that. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Super awesome. Node 1 lost the election. Node 3 lost the election. Okay, so this is actually really, really cool. So what we're seeing here is on startup. This is actually super cool and hard to replicate. So on election, remember, there is everybody votes for themselves and everybody goes to candidate. And what happened was everyone went to candidate. Everybody voted no to everybody else because everybody was voting for themselves. And so everybody kept losing. There was no consensus formed until there was enough jitter in the different requests that somebody finally won. Somebody finally won a vote. That's awesome. So this one voted yes to the second node. So node 1 voted yes to the second node. And yeah, the second node won the election. And then it starts sending out heartbeats and node 1 and 2 become followers. This is super cool. This is super cool. Sorry. I like what we've created, everyone. Let's make it a little bit more readable and keep cleaning up these to-dos though. We are getting close to an ad break. And in that ad break, I'm going to go make a cup of coffee, which means it's going to take like 15 minutes. You all know the drill. All right. Yeah, let's work on the lesson plan. Let's work on the lesson plan. First, we're going to move this garbage over here. We're going to rename this. Plan. We're gonna, whoa, throw that in like that. It's a little bit of a mess, but at least it's in a place where we'll make it a little bit more plan-like in the future. You know, we could throw this in Jira if that would make everybody else feel more comfortable. We could put this plan in Jira. Would that make you feel at home? Would that make you all feel at home, like comfortable? We could put some story. Would you guys like to play planning poker with me on this? You know, would that just make everybody more comfortable? Yeah. Okay, so the other thing that I think is important here, and I did this in my December, I did a little consensus thing, but quickly cover what I call open versus closed consensus. I think it's important because people now, when you talk about consensus, they think of like proof of work and proof of stake and those type of consensus things, which they are consensus. They're just a different type of consensus whose goal is to be an open consensus versus a closed consensus. Or, you know, I like to call it known versus unknown, which makes more sense once I describe it. In a known consensus, you know all of the nodes beforehand. Like, that's your roster. You have a roster. With unknown, you don't have a roster. That's just how it is. All right. I'm going to just go ahead and start it 5 minutes early. I haven't had a break yet. We've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I need that 15-minute break. We're going to go ahead and just do something stupid like be right back. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, saying thank you. Followed just in time for a little ad break. Let me get some coffee. Let me stretch my legs. Everybody should go stretch your legs, get something to eat, drink, be merry. Be right back. Oops. Forgot to unmute myself, but that's okay. I always mute myself while going to get coffee, just in case there's screaming and hollering. Okay. Let's look over followers. Let's document. So what I'd like to do is document very well how Raft is working here. Because like there's going to be a video, of course, but I want it if they open up the code to be like, ah, yes, that's what he talked about. ChatGPT has done fairly well. I just praised it. I just praised it, and it completely fails. On message. On message is when we receive a message. The node receives a message. What dented? Oh. Tick deal only checks for tick. Oh. Tick. When in follower state, only checks if the leader has sent a heartbeat. Oh my gosh, so dented. Okay, curious as to why Actix over Axum or other frameworks. I'm going to give you my opinion at this point, and I've used 3. I've used Actix, Axum, and Rocket. I think that if you want a much higher level, Rocket is probably pretty good. It provides a pretty easy. Now it puts a lot of the magic into these macros, but it's pretty good. Now it's not my favorite. My favorite used to be Actix. I actually used to really like Actix, and I did everything with Actix. But I'm actually getting on board with Axum. Axum has some really nice things. One is it's built with Tokio in mind, so it integrates with everything Tokio really, really well. So does Actix. Like, I'm not saying Actix doesn't, but it's the same group of people doing it. So I've been enjoying it. I also just enjoy how it works. Yeah, I've been really enjoying it. This is not this is not like some evidence or anything. I've just used them both. I think you can do whatever you like with all of them. I'm kind of really liking Axum. We did the little to-do app in Axum, and I really liked it. Rocket was dropped, and then Rocket was reborn. So yeah, reborn last month. It did. So the original person stopped contributing, and he was like the only contributor and didn't make it available for others. And so basically he came back 6 months ago or something and said, hey, I'm going to open it up for other people that really liked it. So it is coming back. if you liked it. All right, so I believe that's true. This is probably the most the simplest in a lot of things, but most complicated voting. So this is the logic for voting here. All right. Oof. This is voting. So let's try to make sense of this ourselves. I forget it. All right. So if the request is from a no, with a lower term, we should vote no. So this would be coming back from a split brain, and they obviously shouldn't be the leader because they wouldn't have all of the data. So only a node with the same term would have as much data. Same or higher. Okay, so we'll vote no if this is not true. If we have not already voted, vote yes. So if they have the same term or a higher term and we haven't voted on somebody else, we should vote yes. Then we also, let's see. Reset the heartbeat timer if people don't understand what that's happening. The heartbeat timer is the thing that, this is what signals we should go for leadership. This is what signals that we should go for leadership. But if we voted, then we're good. This is actually what caused that bug where we would vote yes and then go and become candidate ourselves. Terrible bug. Terrible bug. All right. Wait. Oh, this is if we've already voted. What is this? Oh, that's if their term is less than ours. That's I'm gonna put a comment here just because it's so far. Just so when they're looking through, it's easier. Okay, that's the logic for voting as a follower. Can we make this cleaner and simpler to read? We could do inversion of control here, right? So we could invert this check here and do the thing immediately, right? Let's do that. This is not only nested, I think it's hard to read. So if instead we said here, if request term is less than. Yeah. Voting no because the term is lower than our term. We can get rid of this. All right, all right, all right. Cool beans. Now we can just delete this. We'll assume that if we're past this here, the term is the same then or equal to. So we'll delete that. We'll delete that. We'll save that. We'll get everything down. This might be good enough. Just that little bit was helpful. So if we haven't voted, we'll vote yes. We don't need this. This is a bug. I mean, it's not a bug. We just go back into follower state, but we don't need a state change here, right? This should just be none, right? Let's see. Yeah. We already reset our heartbeat. We don't need to change state. And we're saying that we don't want to go for leadership. So yeah. Anyways, don't need that. That'd be bug. This is actually why I wanted to do this. Not only can you guys bring up things to talk about, so if there's questions or not, whatnot, bring it up so we can make sure that we cover it. But this is also a good cleanup because, like, honestly, when you first implement something like this, I don't care how well you know a thing. There's going to be parts of it that you just don't know. That you just don't know. Yeah, I mean, the code mutated as we went. So, and it's not a bug, but this is cleaner. Let's see. This probably in real code, I wouldn't put this, but again, this is educational code. So we are over documenting it with, there is actually no state change based off of a message for a follower. It only happens on tick. Voting no because we already voted. All right. And we can actually return none here. Oh, we're returning the follower again. How dented was I? Now, one thing that this was doing was this was resetting our heartbeat. And it should. It should. So if it's a valid vote request, and by valid, I mean from a term that is of the same and higher, whether you vote for it or not, because you've already voted, it does mean that you're still going to stay a follower. You shouldn't become a candidate. So that should still happen. All right. This is just our replication. This is more than returning an error. Return failure to the leader. Yeah. So we're letting the leader know we didn't replicate it. And so this is basically us saying no. So if quorum isn't reached, the leader will actually delete it from its log. This is only usable if you are in leader state. We could proxy this to the leader. But we're not going to do that, because that seems like a lot of work for me. All right. Can only be handled by the leader. What did I do wrong, Future Highway? 122. Yeah, let's delete that. We're not going to do that. We're not proxying. Let's update these to be a little bit better. First, we're going to log these. Not log, info. Maniac. Look at that. Look at my pronunciation of your glorious name. You count? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just past me and future me had different opinions. So the reason we're not going to do this proxying, we could do the proxying, but I think as we've discussed, our future plan is to actually do Paxos. And that being said, because we had this whole thing with whether we do snapshots or not, because we're doing a log, and I think the answer is we're not going to do snapshots because it's not really the most scalable way of doing this. And so really, while Raft, we implemented it and it's a fantastic learning experience, I don't think that there's a reason to like really go for it. You just have to set, for right now, you just have to figure out who's the leader and send all your requests to the leader. And that's all. Everybody else is just going to send you, they're not the leader. All right, candidate. I think candidate's the simplest one. I think this should be really easy to walk through and make sure everything looks correct, clean the code up. I think this should be good. Oh, you know what? You know what we're gonna try really quickly at the end of this stream? Let me get it installing. There's like a programming game. And I think we're gonna try it. A programming game. I might do it as like a fun stream every once in a while. It's called The Farmer Was Replaced. Is this a bug? We'll have to look at the implementation of that. I think it should just not have it, right? Let me look at messages really quickly. Yeah, it votes no. It votes no. It doesn't even need that. It will always vote no. I'm just gonna delete it. Oh, no, don't open up there. That's not where I wanted you. Go back. I don't. Has voted will be false. Yeah, I didn't actually want you there. Thank you, Steam. Yeah, has voted. We can just remove that. Because it's counting itself as a yes vote. Yeah. One second. Let's get this installing. I think it will be fun. The farmer was replaced. There we go. I think you like program a drone to do farming stuff. It seems kind of fun. Seems a little bit like Python. I think people are trying to trick me into Python, but you know. All right, let's look at this tick. I don't remember the tick for the candidate, so we're gonna have to understand what was going on here because this was way more code than I expected. Oh no, it's just getting votes, right? It's just getting votes. Yeah. So it's getting the clients. Terrible commit. Terrible comment. Let's hold an election for ourselves. All right. I see what's going on here. We send the request, but we don't block, right? We send the request, but we don't block. And so every tick we try to receive from this. Okay. So we see if anybody has sent a response. I remember. Oh, that's a terribly named thing. You know this thing where we said has voted? And we're like, we don't need to know that because we always vote for ourselves. It's has requested votes. Has requested votes. That's what we're checking. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. So has requested votes. That was just a really poorly named variable. That was on Future Highway. He wanted to name it that. I'm pretty sure. Fairly positive. It makes sense now though. Has requested votes. Can we do this first? I'm being sarcastic, by the way. I'm just a bad namer. 1 second. I don't know why I did it this way. So I do it here at the end. And so basically on the very first tick, I will check a empty list. There'll be no votes for me. So basically all this will get skipped. And then I will request votes. Is this easy for people to read? I don't think so. Why don't I do this first? Oh, because this was an easy way. Once I've done it, I just return. But we can handle this. Let's do this. All right, we can do this. 1 second. I don't know why I did it this way. If not, has requested votes, we're gonna put this all in there. Why didn't I do it this way? What caused me to do it the other way? Is there some reason I'm missing? Like, I know this is actually slightly more nested and I usually try to avoid nesting, but like this is just logical sense. Why would I ever waste any amount of... I don't know. Past Merrick was dented. Like, more dented. More dented. All right. All right. Let's do it. For this term, we will only... If we don't get enough votes, yeah, we'll become a candidate again. Well, actually, we'll become a follower, and then we'll become a candidate. But yeah. I was just joking, Future Highway, by the way. I like to include the audience, so I talk about people that I think are still in there. You know what I would love is like an active list of viewers, because I know that for people that have more than just a few people watching at a time, it wouldn't make any sense. Although you could order that in like the people that watch you the most or VIPs and stuff, but maybe it doesn't make sense. Maybe it doesn't make sense. Okay. We hold this lock for entirely too long, right? Because we lock it here, but this lock won't be dropped until here. Ugh, gross. Ugh, gross. Oh, good. Look, I grew up with 8 siblings. I was not the oldest and I was not the youngest, which means I had to fight to survive. You know what's worse than being a middle child? Being the one up from the youngest when you have a large family. That's worse, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure being one up from the youngest is the worst. Okay, let mute clients clone. Okay, so we're holding this way too long. Let's do this. Let's do this. We gotta clean this up. This is gross. And we're just using this for the node to send. Okay. So we're gonna delete that. We're gonna make this a nodes like that. We're gonna make this an actual just clone of the clients because that's kind of standard what we're doing. And then this can be what did I screw up? Client's clone does not live long enough. Borrowed value does not live long enough. Oh, whoa, client. Oh, it's a reference here. Oh, wait. What the garbage? We pass a mutable reference to an arc. This should be cleaned up because we just made this an arc, right? So we don't need that garbage. Yeah, we don't need that. And if we have self, don't we have clients? Right? No, we don't. The state doesn't have that. That's passed in. Okay. This makes more sense now. Do you know what we should do? We should do this here. And then this can just be... Actually, I don't need to delete the whole thing, right? All right. So now what have I screwed up here? Oh, I cloned the node. This is fine, right? Because I'm just passing a node in for, and we've already did the. I love this. Look how dented I am. I clone this to pass into here, and I use this, but I also use this. Fantastic. Fantastic work, Merrick. Strong work. Strong work. just beautiful work. Sometimes I amaze myself. Other times I regret streaming that. Sometimes. All right. So if we haven't requested a vote, we're gonna vote. Done. We don't use clients anymore, do we? We just lock it once. Perfect. Okay. All right, so this is just sending out the messages for a vote, which is cool. We're excited about it. Yeah, check to see if we've become the leader. This is how we don't block, is basically we send it and we wait for the responses. All right. If voter term is greater than ours, we should become a follower. We have to lose the vote. We can't, because we have an old term. If we have more than half the votes, we should become the leader. Let's get rid of these really dumb. Really dumb. It's so dented. It's so dented. If we lost more than half the votes, we should become a follower. Thank you very much. Perfect. All right, I think that's good. There's things that we can do to clean this up. I think we already did most of that, though. We got the clients pulled out. We should document this, just so it's clear what we're doing here. All right, yeah. It's actually because we're the candidate. That's actually better than what I was going to say. Mine was funny. What the garbage? What the garbage? Copilot, if we get an append entries request, we should vote no? Oh my goodness. This is a bug, though. This is a bug. We found another bug. If we get... It's so hard with consensus because this is a bug if we try to write a message when this one is in a candidate state and we have a leader and a follower. So we reach quorum, but this one wouldn't save the entry. It should actually save the entry just like the follower does. But hitting that case, that use case, is actually really difficult. Like, that is a very weird state to be in. And if you never hit it, you never hit it. We need to write some tests for these. Some better tests. It'd be interesting to actually write tests where we actually have 3 virtual nodes. And instead of sending messages over the network, they don't. They send them over channels. Is that the way we test this? Is we swap out everything that is a network call to a channel? How much work would that be? And then run it all in memory? That's a lot of work, I think. But I think that's what we do with Paxos. When we're designing Paxos, we obfuscate every network request behind a channel, which will be a little bit of extra work, but should make testing possible, right? I don't think that we can do it with our current thing. We'll have to think about it. But I like that for testing because then we can set everybody exactly how we want them before running a tick, right? That's really cool. Like all the states of those things will be preset. I like it. I like it. I've been kind of stressing on how to test this because it's not super, like we test it manually, but it doesn't test those edge cases. And when we find an edge case, we can't actually write a test for it. And that would allow us. I'm excited about that, actually. I'm excited about that. Do we not have a log? Ugh. This is going to be a little bit more work to fix. Shouldn't be too bad. Quick question for those of you who are still here. Is it just people have stuff to do, or am I doing something that is considered bad practice? I don't know. You know, because people can just leave because they have stuff to do, which is great and fine. Hopefully you have stuff to do and you'd like to leave. But then there's I could be doing something entirely super boring, which I guess this is kind of super boring. We're just cleaning up a errant thing for a video, so maybe that is what it is. It is super boring. All right. We don't have a term. We should have a term. I think we had a big bug here. Big bug. Monstrous bug here. Yeah, oh, we have current term. Current term. My bad. It's current term. Oh, that's that. We're just gonna copy these because these are the exact same. All right. If append failed, return failure to the leader. Yeah, so this should be good. And then here, what we really need to do here is we do need to become a follower. Yep. Beautiful. All right, one bug down. 20 to go. What we need to do is cargo build. There should be a build error because we have to update this enum, right? We need to pass the log in here, which is fine because we already have to have it because of the follower state. So, uh-oh. What? 165. What was the issue? Sender.send. All right. Sender moved to this method call. Okay. We're just using it twice. Got it. Where do we clone the sender? It's just this. Oh, we cannot send two. Why are we sending two? What am I even doing here? What am I doing here? What the? Holy crap. Okay, well, that was a bug. Thank you, Rust, for catching that. That was dumb. This is what I was expecting. Yeah. We need the logs. Is missing the logs. Yeah. Okay. This is what I was expecting. Beautiful. And we just log that right here. Glorious. There's still a bug here, right? There's still an error here because of this. Oh no, that's still in the mod. Oh shoot. Oh, I see this one right here. We changed this to this because now that it's an arc, we don't need to do any of this fun stuff. Now that will make this this on message for the leader fail because it also needs to be corrected. All right. Beautiful. Not quite there, but we're close. Tick on 135. Oh. Nope. It's an arc. That's what we're doing with it. There we go. It is what it is. Hey. There we go. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. Nice. Nice. All right. All right, so we've gotten this fixed. Let's look at this. We're not proxying these. These are good. I think we're done. All right, so then my question to you all. I mean, the code, we might do another once over it when I'm looking to record the video, but my question, when we're doing the consensus, what more would you guys want to know? Like, we have the code, but we also, so we have the code for Raft. You know, when we're talking about the file system, we were talking about like exploring the performance of the different options. We were talking about how and why. You know, for consensus, we can talk about why. We can talk a little bit about how we're going to do it. How. So initially, Raft. What are... So one thing that I'm thinking of, like, just looking at this, do I do my Martin Klapman cap is not enough? Do I make this a little video? Do I make a mini video first? Mini video. Do I channel my inner Martin Klapman and do this first? Do we need to have one on cap? Like, it does cap is not enough, or do I need to do a whole video on what cap is? Or do I just make it one big video that's like 25 minutes long? Future Highway, if you're still on and you go and review this code, you're more than welcome to. I would appreciate it. What do you mean it's on? Everything I do is on GitHub. That's like the whole point, is people can go here and actually see the stuff we're talking about. Oh, well, my GitHub handle is Clavin, but I made a organization called the Null Channel. So this is me, because, you know, I made it a long time ago. But I have this null channel, which is where a lot of that stuff is. But yeah, it's just here under consensus. Consensus is the branch we're currently working on, and it's in the database. Anyways, I don't know. It's a lot of code. That you don't need to look over it by any means. There is also a command. You can do git. I believe it's git, right? Nope, it's not git. GitHub. It's GitHub. We should do a git too. So if people just do git, but that's kind of the whole point of all this, is that when we make a video, we actually have the code for people to explore, because I think it's best if people can have like hands-on experience with this stuff. All right. So I think I need to think about this. What people would like, whether we make a couple videos, multiple 10-minute videos, or single 25-minute video. Because I think it's probably important for people to understand CAP before we talk about consensus. And maybe that's a really good single video itself. It wouldn't have any code. It would just talk about CAP. And I know other channels have done it, but I would feel remiss if I'm like, oh, to understand my videos, go check out another video. I don't love that. And as it goes, whenever I make a video on the NullDB, I make a EP. This one's dented. This one's an EP05 instead of just 5. But I make an episode for the branch. So they're just all in branches. That way you're like, oh, this is the code for that video. I don't change it. Even if there's bugs, this is the code for that video. It has everything that video did. You know, I'll make this an EP, you know, when I'm done with it. It's not quite the standard way to work with Git, but who'd like standards? All right. I honestly think that's it. I just need to think about this. Leave me a comment in Discord if you have like an idea of how to split this up or how it would be helpful. I'm thinking about one big video. So I feel like this is like, I actually feel like we could split it up like this. Okay, I like this. I feel like this is maybe 3 videos. Because I feel like this is what we have to do. The first one is just understanding the problem. we need to split data up across nodes. What, in that, what problems arise? Then we have cap, understanding the basics, and then we have what consensus is, and then we have a deep dive into Raft. Understanding Raft. That feels like too many videos off of this one thing, but it kind of feels like these are the things that we have to talk about, right? Without understanding why we would split stuff up. There's no reason to talk about these things. I need to think about this. We'll think about this. Let's think about this as a group. Let's reach some consensus on this topic. Let me update. Let's see. I guess this isn't software, is it? It kind of is. 1 second. I just want to check this game out really quickly, and then we'll I think it's a programming game. And yeah, so we're just gonna try it really quickly. This Windows contains information about first program. Okay, all the programming is done in code windows. Each code window corresponds to text. Yep. I got it. Currently, the only statements available are harvest and do a flip. Let's do a flip. Oh, cool. It has completion. It did have completion. Okay, you have to start the line. Cool. So we just need to harvest. Is there a loop? Can we loop? Pass and return, no loop. Oh, collecting hay will give you unlock loops in the unlock menu. Open the unlock menu at the top of the top right corner. 1 second, let's harvest more hay. Apollo! This is a programming game, yes, I think. Oh, loops. Let's unlock loops. Loops. Well, you have unlocked while loops, and the value is true of all. I'm actually thinking of having my kids do this game. So, I think that might be fun. This looks like maybe a fun way to program. You have a while loop body. Don't worry about creating infinite loops. The delays in execution will prevent the program from freezing. All right. So we can do while true Wait, what was the syntax over here? It's wild. Oh, true. And then I think it's like Python. So I think we're gonna have to. Yeah. Sweet. Awesome. Okay. I think this would be fun to make a game like this eventually. I think it's fine to trademark the name. So I think the trademarks are good, even for like open source, because it gives you the ability to, it gives you the ability. 1 second, we gotta do a flip in here. Yeah. Okay. Now let's do it. Oh, that slows us way down. That's horrifying. Don't do that. Yeah, so I mean, it allows you to like provide an open source thing, but also regain like, let's not let people abuse it. So that's like one thing that I fear is I create a lot of stuff for the community, and that's a little annoying. And I don't want people to abuse my stuff for not their intended purposes. I don't know. I think it's fine. All right, how do I go on? Let's see, speed. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, we're going too fast. We're going too fast. We're not getting any more hay. Ah, can harvest. All right. So, if... No. Is can harvest a function? I'm assuming it is. So, if can harvest... Harvest. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. Let's see. Plant unlock. And grass is nice because it grows automatically. All other plants have to be planted with the plant function. The only plant you can plant right now is brush. You can plant that brush. This will plant a brush under the drone. Clear to reset the farm to all grass and reset the drone's position. Okay. I guess it wants us to plant brush here. Entities dot brush. It takes a while to grow. But it gives us wood. Okay. Oh, sweet. Okay. Carrots unlocked. That's gonna take wood. We gotta start planting wood. Okay, so now Now we can go back to the farm. And we're going to make this a little bit better. Stop, stop, stop. Okay. So what we need to do is basically... So we'll call clear. No, I want you to start over. We'll call clear. We'll plant brush on each one of these. So what we need to do is put this under a while. So while we'll keep while true. I don't know why I typed it again. So there should be a way to check, like if get entity type is equal to entity, or is not equal, as we want to collect wood right now. Entities dot brush. We want to plant brush. Plant brush. Yeah. Brush it up. Brush it up. Okay, so now we need to actually do some movement, because why does it not like... Wait, what did it say? Oh, this is meant to be another like that. Yeah. Oh, this needs the colon there. Oh, I can't do not yet. I can't do... Where's I need 30 wood. Okay. Well, shoot. Let's just... All right, so if it equals this, we need to do nothing. Is there an else? Do we have else? All right, so we can just do it in else. My goodness. Can I undo? Can I undo? I forget. Plant. Okay. All right, it's this. So what we need to do is just do else. There we go. There isn't enough indentation here. There is, because I just don't want to do anything. None. Can I just do that? Actually, what we'll do is, if can harvest... okay, I got this. If can harvest, what we're going to do is we're going to... This is easy. I think this is using Python. All right, so if you can harvest, we should harvest. And then we should probably plant. Okay. Else... So it is brush, but we can't harvest it. We want to move up in Y. How do we move? The functions return the current X and Y position. Can I just do like X? Is there a set X? Um... Oh, I can't use double equals either? I thought it said, do a flip if you're over a break. It has double equals here. I was just doing what it told me to do. And you have to... Okay. I guess... Whatever. You can't do this yet. So we're just going to delete this. And we cannot move around. That sucks. So you can expand the farm, but then you can't actually move. Didn't we already unlock this? Oh yeah, we already have these. I don't understand. Okay, so we can move. Oh, it's called move. All right. So we can do this else. Let's do that. North will loop back. That's actually really good to know. It's weird that it grows grass one loop after. Even though I harvest and then call plant. But... Okay. I need the... Oh, I need grass. We could have this switch back and forth, yeah? We could have it, like, switch back and forth. It's not working. Oh, it's replanting grass. That's why. We don't need plant grass. If, how do I comment? Maybe I can't. We don't need plant grass if we're just growing grass. We don't have algebraic operators, so we can't check what's under it either. Even though we're supposed to be able to. It unlocks this without the ability to use it. Okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. All right, sweet freaking goodness. Now, let's do this. If can harvest... Well, if can harvest, we're going to harvest. And then we're going to brush. Else move north. So this is going to plant brush. Okay. This is the farmer's been replaced. We're programming a drone. All right, now I'm not sure what more to do with this. I feel like we want to harvest a little bit of grass. Watch this. Else move. I think what we want to do is we want to say like if get position Y is greater than 1, we're going to plant brush. Otherwise, we'll leave it grass, right? We'll leave it grass. Why can't get position Y? What is get position Y? Where did I get movement? The farmer was replaced. Yeah, that's the game. What is this? What is get position Y? Oh wait, I bet this is a function. That's why. My bad. My bad. So okay, this is pretty good. We're getting a little brush. We're getting just a little bit of brush. All right. Cool. Let's see. We can expand. I like this here. Because now, let's see. What we want to also do here is if get position Y is equal to 3, hard-coded, I know. What we want to do is move east. Yeah, I think that's it. One second. I'm a dum-dum. 2. 0 indexed. Like a Chad. 0 indexed. That's a little funky. Maybe we do the move north first. But it's working. It's working. We're farming. We're farming. Let's see. What are our other unlocks? Variables. Assign things to variables. Requires carrots. My goodness. A debug unlock. Tools to help with we don't need debugging tools. We don't need to. That's fine. Carrots. Oh, we need more wood. So that's easy enough. Let's make this more wood. Now we're gonna plant brush a lot. Now what I'm thinking optimally here is we could actually do a little bit fewer brush since it takes so long and we don't have to plant grass. If we really wanted to optimize this. We're wasting time. Is there a speed upgrade? Can we upgrade the speed again? Yes. Only 10 wood. Okay, never mind. The optimization is upgrading the processor. Upgrade the processor. We're almost to our carrots. We're almost to our carrots. All right. We're to our carrots. Yeah, let's unlock the carrots. Before you can plant carrots with plant, you have to do two. Oh gosh, dang it. Tilling. It couldn't be as simple as planting the carrots, could it? All right, top row is going to be carrots. I'm keeping this like dumb simple. All right, so if we need to check. The second new feature is that carrots need seeds to grow. You can buy carrot seeds with the new trade function. You have to pass the item to trade like this. Carrot seed. If the items can be bought, then they will be bought with this. You can see that carrots item in its tooltip. The tooltip appears when you mouse over the item itself. Name in the code. Okay. My question here is how do I get what how do I get what the ground is? If get ground type. Okay, that should have been in there. If the ground type is equal to grounds.turf, no, soil. Turf. We need to do that. We need to till, right? Till. And then all we need to do here is plant. But we also need to buy some carrots, right? Carrots. What do they cost? Like, what do they cost? It says the second is the trade function. You may pass an item type to trade like this. If the item can be bought, it will be bought with this. You can see the cost of any item in its tooltip. Okay, so let's do this. Trade items dot carrot seed. All right, 1 wood, 1 hay. This means in our current setup, we'll be neutral on wood. Unless we get more than 1 wood, right? Oh, carrots just take long to grow. There's a bug. There's a bug. Why aren't we planting carrots? Oh, because I said greater than. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. Let's do this. If this is equal. My goodness. What a noob. Well, apparently, Future Highway, it costs exactly 1 wood and 1 hay. I don't know what we have here. If this is 0, how did it get... Oh, yeah, I do know. I see what I did here. I see what we did here. Okay, this is me being... I meant for it to be like this. But if it equals 1. All right. Expand. We're not up there yet. Oh gosh, we have 13 seeds? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so variables would be useful because then we could keep track of our seeds, right? Like how many seeds, and only buy them if we need them. I'm not too worried right now. What I am worried a little bit about is like we shouldn't be planting as many carrots as we are. We're a little off balance because we're consuming our wood. So what we really probably should do is, if it's greater than this, if get position X is greater than 1, plant entities dot bush, and then we'll change this to an else if. An elif, not an else if. We actually probably need to check here. Oh, I tried to insert a new line. We probably need to check here if get ground type does not equal... I guess it doesn't matter. This can be planted on... Yeah. Okay. Let's just try this. It has to be Python because it runs whether it knows if it's correct or not. All right, now we're doing like 1 bush more. All right, what's our next unlocks? Variables. We're unlocking variables. Sweet. This is going to actually speed us up a lot. It's going to let us actually plan this out as like a grid and do it a little bit more smartly, right? Okay. All right. Well, I think that's it for me today. I have stuff to do. This was fun. This is actually a fun little game. I think I'm going to have my kids play it. But I do need to get stuff done today. So I will see you all later. Hopefully you guys have liked the streams. Let me know how I can make them better, how I can improve them. And if you guys would like more farmer streams or games that are programming, if you would find those fun and not just leave, let me know. I kind of have fun doing this. It's a fun little game. The idea about it, the optimizations that you could try to pull off. Define your own functions. Oh, nice. I'm going to need a different editor. External editor. Like NeoVim, that's what they meant. In .py files. Okay, so this is actually probably designed. Oh, this is actually amazing. Why? Because with i3, I can switch from the game to the text editor like this. 1 second. Let's try this really quickly. The in-game language. Okay. You can access the save folder using the open folder button in the load menu. Where's the load menu? Do I have to get out of this? Oh, I created a new window. Don't want that. Dude, let's delete it. Where would this folder be? We can stop this for a second. The button didn't do anything. It's busted. Did it open something out here? I don't see anything. Is there like a where to save option? It was right here. It was underneath it. It was underneath it. Okay, so let's see. They put this here under saves. Oh, this is gross. This is gross because this is Windows, right? I was like, I don't have a C drive. What is it talking about? Oh. I'm hurt. I don't even know how to access this. Like, how do I Vim access this? Where is my C drive? Where is my C drive? Why is it taking me here? And where is here? Where is here? Where is here? Tell me where you are. Can I just do like open recent? Local share Steam. And this is not at the root. Okay. We can get there. We have got this. One second. We're almost there. Steam apps. Steam apps. Okay. Steam apps. Let's keep going. Steam apps common. Okay. The farmer. Where's the .pys? I'm looking for the .pys. Okay, so this is where we go back into the game. We hit the load button. We get back out of the game. Load, open folder, quit. All right, this is under the farmer was replaced saves. Wait, did I see a save? I didn't see a save. I think I got where it was installed, but not necessarily where it saves. Which is in here. Wait. Can I just find save 0? Because it's this main.py here, right? Yeah. So let's just do... That was maybe not the most helpful thing. We need something that's more unique than this if we're going to go wider. Save 0.json. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's ask ChatGPT. Where is save data on Steam on Linux? This does not help me. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know. This has like its own file directory. C user, Steam user. So it's like Steam user. Is there a Steam user? Steam apps. Is there a Steam user here? No. But this is like the actual thing. I don't know. I don't know. But that will be for another stream. This has been a good stream. Thanks everybody for joining. That was fun. I like the game. I think this is pretty cool. I mean, it's pretty cool. This just works for me. Now, obviously, I don't know where all the files are. That's an obvious statement. But I mean, everything has just worked for me. I don't know where the save data is. Steam itself at this. Yeah, I get that. I want the save data. Oh my gosh, I guess it depends on the game. Okay. Well, it sounds like I'll have to dumpster dive for it. And that sounds like a good thing for another day. Thanks everybody for joining. I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend. I will see you guys on Tuesday for my normal stream. And I'll get working on our videos. Yeah. Anyways, thanks everybody. And I'll see you guys.